spontaneous tonight. How are you? Good. Hi. So I told him like, oh, we're going to start a little late, and now we're starting on time. So, well, we're only because the live stream, so we need to have the mic working. So, hey, Sara, is Steve around, the engineer? Or? Yeah. Anyway, who was here last night? Willer. Yay! I know you two were. Cool. Yay. Yeah. Thank you. You're welcome to come closer, by the way. Yes. Come closer. Come closer. Yes. Yay. Sorry, Steve. Here you. I told you we're going to be late. I know. Sorry. I've known Steve so long, our engineer. All right, yay. Oh, yay, thank you. Welcome, everyone, and so honored. I know the live stream has started, so hello, live streaming audience. We're so excited to have members of the women in music community who we just met very recently, and I'm so grateful that we were introduced to them by one of our associates. And I'll let Danielle speak about women in music in a minute, but we just want to thank them, and this is really for our audience and our artists on how to build a press kit. So before Gwen Laster and Dafna's set, we are going to spend some time talking about the elusive press kit. So thank you so much, Danielle, and I'll hand it off to you.
Hi everyone. My name is Danielle. I'm chapter chair of Women in Music New York, and what Women in Music is we are a global organization, a nonprofit with each city has like a chapter in it, and each city kind of has their own goals depending on the flavor of the city. Here in New York, we're really interested in like music education, networking events, industry networking, wellness, because working in this industry, it can be a little stressful at times. And so I'm just so grateful that Jen reached out and asked us to be part of this. Because she's just kind of telling us like this group is very focused on the creative aspect of the industry, and so hopefully this panel can help on the business side of things, which unfortunately is not fun or sexy, but necessary at times. We are a membership-based organization. We do many, many events throughout the year. Like next month, for example, we're trying to have a meditation event. We have a big holiday party with, there's an annual fee, but the fee gets you access to like free things. We do panels, yoga nights, trivia nights. It's just a way for people in the music industry to get to know each other here in New York. And shout out, I got my last 2 jobs through the Women in Music Network, so it's real. Networking is real. Anyways, I want to thank our amazing panelists tonight who are like PR professionals in like the coolest way. And I don't actually know anything about building a press kit, so I'm also going to learn quite a bit. So I'm going to start. Our first question is, can you introduce yourselves? Your title and your background in music PR.
Thanks, Danielle. Yeah, I'm Nancy Liu, and I've been a music industry PR professional for a decade, and I'm currently an independent operator. So for the most part, I work with a lot of rising musicians. And I think, I do this work because one of the things that I find to be the most fulfilling is being able to take an early stage artist and really go on that journey with them, nurture them, be there to support them. It's really amazing to see something from kind of day one to, Coachella or ACL. So, yeah.
Woo! You have Paulina?
Hi, my name is Paulina Profanchip. I'm currently the tour publicist over at Matador Records, so I mostly oversee live events and tours whenever the band is having shows or going on tour. My music background, I've been working in music PR for only like 3 years, but I've been working in the music industry in like various aspects. I went to school to do music journalism and moved to New York to pursue that, and have worked my way into like live events, booking, production. So yeah, it's kind of nice to be on the PR side, back on the other side of things when I started out as a journalist. But yeah, I mean, I don't play any instruments or anything. I started out as like from the fangirl perspective, growing up in Orlando, Florida, surrounded by like lots of boy bands and pop stars. Yeah, well, and I was the oldest daughter to like immigrant parents, so I didn't really have any guidance to like Western culture or anything like that. Really leaned into my environment, so, you know, done everything to creating little fan pages for the boy band, so it's like I've been doing it forever. Yeah.
Woo. And I just want to say, Matador is like one of my favorite indie labels. Very excited, Paulina here. Yeah, love Interpol. Love Interpol. All right, cool. So yeah, I guess as PR professionals, can you guys kind of just give us some background on what your day-to-day is like? Whoever wants to start.
Yeah, I can start. I mean, I feel like my day-to-day usually, you know, do the typical like checking emails, like media requests that will come in through the day, through the weekend. A lot of writing, writing a lot of like press releases, pitching to a lot of mostly local and regional journalists, since because of tour publicity, doing like a lot of research, always on Google or social media, researching our artists to see like if they've been plugged in a piece that I worked with that went live, sending like daily reports, scheduling and facilitating a lot of interviews between journalists and bands, and really kind of like facilitating those things, and also going to a lot of shows, since the PR I do is focused mostly around the tour. I'll go out to shows, invite journalists out, and it's really about like building those relationships at those shows, and really connecting with the journalists, the writers, the bands, and kind of fostering and maintaining those relationships. But yeah, I mean, most of the time it kind of varies, but that's usually what I do on a day-to-day.
Yeah, I'll agree with Paulina here, and yeah, a lot of my day is the same. I think other than that, it's also, you know, accompanying artists to various media opportunities. So I think like it may be in a touring perspective, that might be at festivals where there's usually a press lounge, you know. It could also be radio station interviews or broadcast performances like late night or daytime television. So it's also accompanying the artist to those kinds of opportunities just to make sure that everything goes well. And of course, typically the publicist is also the point of contact between the artist team and the media outlet. So, you know, being that kind of critical, I mean, I hate to say it, middleman, you know, it is, you are the facilitator of the relationship. So it's important that as a publicist, we're there to make sure that everything goes well.
All right, thank you. So, you know, this panel is called How to Build a Press Kit. So can you go over what exactly is a press kit and how it's used, and we can kind of break down on the nuances of that and some upcoming questions.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think a press kit is just kind of like an artist's resume or their digital business card in a way. I mean, it's really something that you present to music industry professionals to kind of showcase like who you are as an artist and present your artistry, your ethos, and just like your overall branding and image. And I mean, typically it could be used for promotional materials or just press, to kind of give journalists and writers and publications like an idea of who you are and everything they need to maybe feature you in like a story, but then it can also be used to book shows, to send to venue managers, to promoters, to secure like a tour. You can also use it for radio stations and playlist curators to give a sense of the music that you play and if it fits like the station or the playlist that you're looking forward to. And yeah, I think it can be used for anything, really.
Yeah, I think it's a snapshot of who you are and what you've done. And, you know, I would say for the most part, there's usually kind of some standard pieces that are involved in it. So, you know, you have like a short bio, maybe some past press quotes from notable media outlets. You're going to include your socials and, you know, maybe the number of followers that you have on Instagram, TikTok, number of listens that you have on Spotify, and also a contact email. So that might be your email, that might be your manager's email, basically whoever's kind of handling the business side of the project for you. And to Paulina's point too, like, I see a press kit as being something where it's all the information a journalist could ever need to write a story about you without having an extremely long back and forth dialogue. Because journalists are busy, right? They want to know essentially what you're all about without having to like get into a 30-minute conversation or anything like that. Or it's something you hope if they don't just immediately pick it up and, you know, start, you know, pulling links and photos and stuff like that off of the press kit, hopefully it's something that generates enough interest for them to want to reach back out to you and start a conversation.
Awesome, thank you. So yeah, Nancy, you broke down like the key things a person needs in their press kit, but what do you do if you like are lacking one of those things? Like, how do you jazz up your press kit? So for example, you may not, you know, you're new, you're starting out, you don't have any notable press yet, your Spotify listens might not be, you know, Taylor Swift style. So what can you do when you're in those situations to have like a really compelling kit?
I mean, also, I feel like social media, I know that's like talked about a lot, but, you know, I find myself, especially now at work, reaching out to a lot of influencers or content creators. So if you don't have any like notable press yet, I would also use that as a tool to kind of gain traction and publicity. You know, I feel like media is a lot more accessible now. Everyone can be kind of a journalist. There's like tons of people out there making content, talking about music. So reaching out to those people and collaborating with those people, also like smaller local blogs as well, like within the city, I feel like are always up to, you know, featuring smaller artists. So it's good to start small, start somewhere, as long as, you know, you have something for your portfolio that could really build it. But yeah, also, you know, really working with your community. I feel like there's a ton of different creatives out there, whether it's like music, but there's also like photographers, videographers. So you could work with like a local photographer to take more of like a high-res press photo, or like have a photo shoot that is equally amazing as like some higher profile artists, or like videographers who are out there doing like more DIY homespun things that can help tape your live performances if you invite them out to shows. So really leaning in on like your community and your resources as well.
Awesome.
Yeah, I love that. I love that answer. Because it's like, I think a lot of the times when you're somebody who is a creator, you're probably surrounded by other people who are doing the same thing or very similar. Like, that's your creative community. And it's kind of reminds, what Paulina said kind of reminds me of that saying where it's like, a rising tide lifts all ships, right? So it's kind of like, you know, you help out someone in your community and then hopefully they help out someone else that's kind of in that circle, or, you know, it comes back to you in some way. And I think that like when one person in the group succeeds, so does everyone. So Paulina mentioned like a videographer or photographer, right? If their work takes off, then they have a photo of you in their portfolio, and that's kind of more eyeballs on you as well. But to Danielle's question about, not necessarily, sorry, there's like fluff flying around here. So to Danielle's point about, what if you don't have a lot of press? I think definitely in addition to tapping into your community and local outlets and blogs and influencers, the photo shoot thing that Paulina mentioned reminded me, I wanted to get new headshots taken recently because mine were so bad, but I didn't want to spend a lot of money. I think that there's something out there called like Shoot, and it's like freelance photographers where basically you can like book 30 minutes of their time and then they give you all of the photos that they've taken and then you only pay for the ones that you want. So there are cost-effective solutions. Don't think that anything that you don't have in order to create a press kit is going to or has to be very expensive. Of course, people should be compensated for their work, but at the same time, don't think that you need like $500, $1,000 or anything like that. You can really bootstrap it.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about the money part of that, but yeah, that's really great to highlight, to be honest with you, because yeah, you think photos equal, your like music video equals money, but there's, probably some film student who like wants to get a reel going or something like that, and you guys can work together. And Paulina, on your point with influencers, I guess I'd never thought about that, but are you saying like try and get your music onto their reels, or like what does that mean exactly when you say you like contact influencers?
Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of influencers and work with them more recently now because, sometimes pitching to like traditional media outlets or publications, like sometimes you can't really get a read of who reads them or like who has eyeballs on this. But so we started reaching out to influencers and like content creators who kind of do the same thing, except for in a more like video format and more condensed and bite-sized. That makes it easily to digest, especially in like this attention economy society. But yeah, I mean, a lot of these influencers, I know that a lot of them start to do interviews now, short form interviews on their channels. A lot of them also have playlists and like YouTube channels and podcasts. So, and they're always looking for like a start as well. If they're only talking about certain informational content that they are music recommendations that they're talking about, but they want to bring like artists on to kind of have different angles, they're definitely looking to, promote local and smaller artists as well. And there's also influencers and content creators of different sizes as well. I feel like you can kind of browse the internet and find so many different things.
Awesome. Thank you, ladies. I guess, so we've talked about all the things you should be doing. What are some things you should absolutely not do in a press kit?
I mean, I feel like that's such a hard question. I mean, it just shouldn't look like garbage, Like, don't send out garbage to people, okay? This is like a representation of you. A lot of the times it's like your opportunity to make a first impression. You want to make a good first impression. So I would say if you are questioning whether or not it is good, professional, and an accurate representation of you creatively as an artist, ask your community, to Paulina's point, ask your friends to get eyeballs on it, people who are going to give you an honest opinion. But really, I kind of feel like that's it for me because, a lot of times, like, again, journalists do not have a lot of time. We all do not have a lot of time. We're very, very busy. Everyone's busy. Everyone in this room's busy. So, if someone has like 10 seconds to look at something, what do you want them to take away from that?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I like to your point about just the way it looks. I definitely would kind of focus on like the visual cohesion and like how visually striking it is. Like even someone I work with, like who's an A&R, like gets sent demos all the time, and they send press kits and things like that. And it's always like the first glance, like just everything kind of matching, everything being cohesive, like visually dynamic. Also, like, remember to kind of put your contact information on there. And I know that is like a given, but sometimes people forget. And you know, someone sees a great artist that they want to have another conversation with, and then they don't have like their phone number or social handles or email or anything. Also, just like making sure to proofread and making sure it's not too long, maybe, I would say. Maybe like 2 to 3 max, usually 1 page. But I definitely agree with everything Nancy said too. Just make it look nice. Not like,
we've been talking about like the press aspect of things, but yeah, press kits are used in like the A&R aspect of things as well. So for those of you who don't know, most labels have like an A&R team, and their job is literally to go out and find new artists to send to sign to the label. So, you know, you meet an A&R guy out, like, you're like, here's email press kit. So it's another use of the press kit that I think we haven't really talked about at the end of the day. But yeah, so it's obviously a very useful tool that every artist needs to have in their repertoire. So we only have 45 minutes allocated, so we only have like 2 more questions left, and then hopefully we'll have some time for Q&A. So yeah, we've been talking about like 1 page, but what does 1 page mean in terms of like software? Like, what, is it a PDF? Is there like a software platform everyone uses to build press kits? You know, what does that look like?
I love to use Canva. It's so intuitive, and I don't consider myself to be a graphic designer, but with Canva, graphic design is my passion. And there's another app as well. I don't know the difference between the pricing between Canva and this, but the other software tool that I like to use is PixArt, which is PICSART. That I use more to create content for social media. But Canva I've used more for like presentations or flyers or one-pagers, press kits.
yeah, ditto on Canva. I feel like it is very easy to use. Like, I've used it myself too. It's very intuitive, user-friendly. I mean, also Squarespace is a great one if you want to kind of take a different route, just like sending one link and having your whole website on there and just making it more easy to navigate. Also, I know that Adobe InDesign, or if you have Adobe Creative Suite, I know that it's a bit expensive sometimes to get the whole suite, but there's like free trials that are on there. And I feel like it is also kind of nice to have those tools, and you can do a lot of things on there coming from a graphic design standpoint. I mean, also if you're really looking for it to be like text heavy, I sometimes would recommend like Google Docs or Google Suite, and also Dropbox. Some people send where you can kind of put everything into one file. You have your PDF, and then you have your links as well to your music or whatever that you need to include. So yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, this will be the last question, and then we'll have time for Q&A. Okay, you built a press kit. Now what?
I mean, I guess you can start pitching. I mean, if you're doing it yourself, I would spend a lot of time kind of crafting what you're going to say to writers, to label reps, to whoever you send your press kit to, maybe building a media list, and just like a list of contacts, not even for media, but for whoever you are thinking of sending it to, just having a database and like researching. You could go and look at an article and like search the bylines, kind of get people's emails and create a database of who you want to send it out to. And maybe like working on like a digital strategy, building your website and your social media profiles. I know that a lot of people look at that and just, kind of building yourself that way.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think it also, it depends on like what you're trying to accomplish too. I think there's not necessarily a correct order of operations of like, you know, should you reach out to a booking agent first? Should you reach out to a label first or whatever? But I would definitely, suggest, like Paulina said, to maybe try to start doing some media reach out on your own first. And maybe also for booking, maybe just for small shows locally, get a residency or maybe like an East Coast tour or something like that. I wouldn't necessarily start sending a press kit early on to publicists or even to managers or labels, because those people want to see that you have more momentum first. So if you don't have any press links, or you don't have, let's say, quote unquote, notable kind of streaming milestones that you've reached so far, it doesn't really matter how good your press kit is. You're probably not going to get a response. And I think too, like, one of the things that I've heard from people in the past is managers will typically reach out to artists, not the other way around. So it's kind of like you want them to be chasing you, because at the end of the day, they're the person that you hope is going to work the hardest for you, right? So you want to know that they are really, really stoked to be there.
I guess with the I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna add, because about what you were saying, I think this kind of goes into the other question you say about like what else can you do if you don't have any notable press, because I know like if you don't have any notable milestones and everything, but also something is just kind of, if you have like a good bio, or if you don't have enough like notable press things, I think like also focusing on one thing, maybe like if you're a newer artist, having a bio that really tells your story, that really kind of tells about the person, about who you are, and like focusing on like the specific aspects that you do have could be beneficial too. But yeah, just wanted to add that little point because that made me think of that.
I guess with the media database, I'm curious, like, just to get to like the nitty gritty of it. So you have your little database of like lots of cool journalists that you're interested in. So like, do you email them, and like, what do you say in the email, and how do you include your press kit to them to help generate attention? Sorry, I know I said one more question, but that perked my interest. I was like, how do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, I think of the conversation, usually the ones I find the most enticing are the more conversational and personal ones. I think especially if you have like new music coming out, or if you have a show, maybe sending an email out and like starting conversation out, just like introducing who you are, and maybe inviting the journalist out to the show, or like, oh, here, you can check out my new song, or we're actually playing here and I can get you in, or like you can come check it out. I like maybe basing it around your new releases or something new that's happening within your music realm, and leading the conversation off like that in a more personable way.
Yeah, totally. I agree with you, Paulina. I think too, like, try to put yourself in the position of the person that you're reaching out to. I think that's just kind of thinking about how busy are they? What are they probably dealing with, right? I think when you put yourself in that person's shoes, then you're not going to make mistakes like sending that pitch at like midnight, right? Because it's like, okay, you want to get them during work hours, because you know that they're looking at their emails and they're going to see it during work hours. I think too, and sorry that I keep saying this, but they're busy. So you don't want to write a little novella, maybe, 2-3 paragraphs at the most. Use bullet points if you can, or if they make sense anyway. You don't have to. Don't feel forced to. But, essentially get to the point quickly. What is your ask? What is your call to action? Let them know that pretty soon off of the bat. But also, like Paulina said, it's so important to like invite people that you're reaching out to experience your music and to meet them, because then that gives you the opportunity to hopefully form a more personal connection with them.
The call to action, sorry, I keep dragging because I just wanted, this point was interesting to me, was the call to action part. So, and following up with Pauline, so it's like, sort of like email with intent, it sounds like is the key here. Not just like, hey, I'm an artist, but like, I'm playing in Boston. Would love for you to come to my show because you seem to be a journalist versed in, is that the idea? Is that the goal? Is that when you should reach out to people, when there's like an intent behind it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
All right. Okay, so we have time. We have about 10 minutes for questions. Oh, I didn't even know we had a wireless mic roaming around, so that's awesome.
Hi, Hi, quick question. It may be helpful for some in the room. I've been with artists that have been on major labels where the PR was embedded and they had, their own kind of arms of different parts of the company. And then I've been, even now currently, with independent artists who are on independent labels or putting out their own records. What does it look like when the PR company really works well with a label and everyone's like on the same page? Or when some things don't really work out? Because a lot of times PR companies don't really get the genre of the artist, are not really trying to pitch the kind of world or the kind of space that the artists are in. So what has been your experiences when the PR has worked with an independent label or with artists that are putting out their own records independently? Because a lot of people are making that decision every day. Jen?
Awesome, thank you. What a wonderful question.
Yeah, I think I understood your question right, but let me know if not. I think I'm an independent operator, so a lot of times I will get brought in as like the indie publicist to a label team, and a lot of times there will be an in-house publicist as well. I think for the most part, if an artist on a label has decided to hire an indie, it's because they have a relationship with that indie and they want to be able to kind of carry it forward regardless of the label situation, and that indie then becomes the lead, and then the internal label PR kind of just becomes support, somebody who is able to kind of maybe communicate overarching goals and stuff like that from sort of the label upper management. It probably has to do with sort of bigger strategy for the artist, like, oh, should we be thinking about pitching Tiny Desk, or like, should we, be thinking about late night television, just sort of like the bigger press asks, I would say. And then also, for me as an indie, just somebody who can step in and, we can work together well too. And there's not any sense of competition or tension or anything like that. It instead is very collaborative. That's what I would kind of say is a good relationship between an indie publicist and in-house publicist. I think a lot of times though too, like once an artist gets signed to a label, they might decide that the in-house publicity team is good enough for their needs, and they don't have an indie, so then that's just kind of operated on its own. But as far as like kind of also tracking how it's going, hopefully I hope that whoever you decide to work with who is an indie is able to share with you like an RFP, and just kind of at least prior to you bringing them on, they're able to share what their intended strategy is, so that then you have something to measure their work against expectation-wise, and then also that you have correctly identified the scope of the project from the very beginning.
It's actually, that's a great question, because we have indie publicists and then we have in-house. So yeah, Paulina, what's your experience being on the other side of the coin?
Yeah, I mean, I would add to your point about just making sure you are working well together, like very collaboratively, and meeting each other's expectations, talking to the artist, talking to the band, and setting press targets and realistic goals, and making sure that like the publicist and the artist that you work with that you truly believe in and truly are a fan of and represent, because I mean, that is most of the job. And that's usually whenever it does become the most successful, when there is like that trust and that foundation and within the relationship. Yeah.
Hi. This kind of goes back to the email question too, because I know we talked about like what should be in the email, but I think the first thing they're going to look at is the subject line. And I've had like many people tell me like, do not put urgent in the subject line. So would it be best to just say like, just put your name, or say like new artist inquiry? Like what would you like to see for that?
That's also a great question.
Yeah, I feel like usually kind of like a sentence is a good start. I think like, oh, so-and-so artist coming to New York, and the date or something like that. Or like so-and-so artist just released new single, and just kind of the subject matter of like what the intent is, like we were talking about of the email, and kind of like a punchy one-liner sentence usually goes well.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think also, scour social media. Like Paulina mentioned before about doing research when you're kind of compiling the media list. That's also going to include looking at that writer's, you're not only looking at their bylines, but you're also probably also looking at their social media. And writers love to tell you how to pitch them. So look on their social media, and sometimes, like I've seen stuff where it's like, if you're sending me a pitch, put in brackets in all caps, pitch, and then, whatever it is that you're pitching me in the subject line, right? So that's something that you can do. But yeah, like Paulina said, like, a snazzy sentence that communicates your intent and, hopefully a little bit about who you are as an artist and why you think that particular person would be interested in you is good to include.
Hello, thank you so much for your time. I was wondering, for somebody who does not have a team, where do you suggest new artists, like, what areas do you suggest that they focus, like the skills that they should hone in on as somebody who doesn't have a team? Should we focus on marketing? Should we focus on, I'm not really sure, so that's why I'm asking. Hopefully that was coherent, sorry.
I think if you don't have a team and you want a team, you want to grow into a team, you should focus on social media. So, you've done the work of actually creating the art, but now you have to kind of take the initiative to promote it. I mean, there's so many people now that we hear of that, go viral on TikTok and whatever, and then they have everybody knocking at their door, labels, managers, A&Rs. So, yeah, I would say, do your best to stay active on social media, post every day, share something about yourself, give people the opportunity to, I think, not only listen to the music, but learn more about you. And then all the while, know enough about what you want from the team members that you hope to bring on, so that once people do start knocking on your door, you don't feel confused. You don't feel overwhelmed, and you feel like you know exactly what you want out of the people that you want stepping into those roles. And then you can move faster, I think, in assembling your team and making sure that you make, the right choices for you.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like, especially because it's such an even playing ground on the internet, on social media, it is just like so beneficial to utilize it. I also would add maybe kind of figuring out your brand or your personal branding or your artist brand, and just making sure everything is like super cohesive and that you're presenting yourself maybe like in a striking way, and making sure everything is aligned. If something is kind of not matching one thing, kind of having that brand identity, I guess, for you as an artist as well.
And as someone who's worked in the industry for a long time, and I was also in a band once upon a time, I think like be thoughtful of what you want in a team, right? So if you, because of life circumstances, you can't tour that frequently, there's no point in you trying to get a booking agent, right? So no point in trying to focus your time and energy on that. So just, or conversely, if you are someone who can, like, I love being on the road, I have a lifestyle that allows me to go on the road all the time, then that could be something worth your time and energy versus like a label, for example, right? So just building on what these lovely ladies have said.
Hi. When you include links in your press kit, can you give me any indication of how, if you include music videos as part of the link, how long should that be? How long should the video be?
I think if you're going to include a video, that you should maybe grab just a striking screenshot from it that you're like, oh man, this is going to make people want to click this, and make that image clickable to where it opens out to the music video in a new window. If you're including other links, don't include the www, blah, blah, blah. It's just too much. Just make sure that whatever, links that you want people to see off of your press kit, you're hyperlinking them. Hopefully with, either the outlet's name, if the outlet is big and sexy, or, with kind of maybe part of the subject line of the article, if that's also particularly compelling.
Yeah, definitely hyperlinks. Also, using like YouTube, uploading things to YouTube, and also Dropbox. I really love Dropbox. It's like, I think a lot of people also within the industry have Dropbox accounts where they can easily just click it, and then it links to the song or the video, and there's different types of files you can also drop in on Dropbox. So yeah.
All right, it is 7:45, Jen, so I want to know what our time sits. So maybe one final question?
One more question.
Okay.
Oh, great. I'm glad you.
So when it comes to, I guess, working as an artist on your own media kit and like DIYing things such as like being your own social media person, sharing every day, I guess what would you suggest in terms of like building connections? Like, would you want to see an artist do that locally first and then other places, or like all is fair game, like all at once?
In terms of like building the relationships, you mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think the best way, just kind of putting yourself out there, finding events like this, events like kind of similar to what you're looking for, what you're trying to learn, and like what area you're trying to focus on. There's like so many, I think, events that are happening all around the city, and really being intentional and thoughtful and going out and really putting yourself out there and like talking to people. Most of the time people are out there doing the same thing and like looking for people to talk to. I feel like that's how I have built like a lot of relationships to get me to where I am too. So yeah, really, really getting yourself out of your comfort zone and putting yourself out there.
Yeah, I mean, Paulina and I actually met through another organization in the industry, the Asian American Collective. We're actually all also a part of that. If you can't tell.
If you're Asian, hit us up. It's a great
also, like, obviously, this is an incredible organization, but that doesn't preclude you from joining other groups as well. And, I would say it's probably easier to make connections in person here first. But, also I would say don't be afraid of reaching out to people over the internet, collaborating with them over Zoom or email, and kind of going back to social media and posting every day. You don't know. So one of your videos might even just get 500 views, but one of those views is from somebody who's like, hey, I really like your voice, or I like the way that you play. Like, would you be open to collaborating? So I think it's just, keep doing what you're doing, and it'll attract the right people. Of course, obviously, you also do have to do the work and get yourself out there as well.
Yeah, just to build on that, going to like shows, right? And then like there's a band you really enjoyed. I think it never hurts to just reach out to them on social media and just be like, hey, I loved your show last night. Really like loved this song. If you ever need an opener, like here's my press kit, things like that. And with your friends, like, you want your friends to go to your shows, so then like kind of what Nancy was saying, so you should go to their shows. And even that in and of itself can be like a press blurb, like was able to sell out XX venue, right? Like, media people don't know as your friends. All they see is, wow, they sold out that place? That's cool, all right, let me take a look at that. So yeah, I think, it unfortunately involves like physically going out, but I've found that way to be like very successful in fostering like those personal connections as well.
Well, we have to wrap it up, but just final questions for you all. How can we reach you if we're interested in maybe working with you? And also, how can people join Women in Music?
Oh, yes. womeninmusic.org. And then actually, so it's like a global organization. So you'll get the WIM newsletter every week. And so like if you're traveling in LA, for example, WIM LA might be doing an event. So you have access to that event as well. So, and if you have like financial hardship, there's a student tier. And then if there's like financial hardships, just like, I specifically have an email, but D as in Delta, V as in Victor, U as in Uncle, so DVU. My name is Danielle Vu at womeninmusic.org if you just want to email me directly. And yeah, we have a meditation event next month, and then we have a holiday party in December. So already some cool stuff in the pipes. Our panelist.
Oh, you can reach me by email. It's L as in Luke, at fancypr.com.
Cool. And you can reach me at Paulina, that's Paulina, like Paul, but with Ina, at matadorrecords.com. Yeah, then Matador as Matador. Or you could just reach me on Instagram directly. Follow, I don't know. If you want to, Paulina Prep. I'm always down for new friends, new connections. So.
Well, yeah, and thank you again for having us be a part of this. This was awesome. I'm like so excited to be part of your community and all that jazz. So thank you again, Jen, for reaching out
Literally
to us.
jazz. Thank you so much. Thank you. Danielle, Paulina, and Nancy. Amazing. Yay. And yes, if you have any questions, now you have their emails.
Yeah, and I'll be lingering a little bit, so feel free to just come up and say hey and whatnot. So yeah, excited to catch the artist tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nancy and Paulina.
Thank you. Woo! Amazing. Thank you. Yay. Thank you so much. So, before we bring on, actually, you all can get ready while we talk. Sara Serpa, the co-founder of M3.
Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Hello, everyone. Welcome. So, first of all, yesterday, someone who watched the live stream commented, like, the room seemed empty. And I was kind of like, I don't think the room is empty. So I would like, can you just make a little noise for the people who are watching live stream at home so that they see that this room is really packed? Yes, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. So my name is Sara Serpa, and I am one of the co-founders of Mutual Mentorship for Musicians. And we want to give you a warm welcome to our second day of the M3 Festival.
Yes. My name's Jen Shyu. I'm also one of the co-founders. Well, who was here last night? I know yay, woo! And our amazing artists from last night get to relax now, like Krissy Bergmark there. So yes, we are here at Roulette, again, our favorite venue, today to experience the incredible music created by the musicians from our 3rd and 5th cohorts of M3. These artists spent 10 months working and meeting remotely as part of our program of activities. And together in duos, they co-created a new music and video piece. So we commissioned them. And they also wrote a contribution to our anthology of writings, published on our website and in book format out in the lobby. And we'll be showing you up here as well. And tonight, these artists are here in New York. And besides the New York-based musicians, such as Kavita Shah, Naomi Nakanishi, Dafna Naphtali, Jessica Jones, woo! And Gwen Laster, we also have musicians that traveled all the way from Atlanta, CC Sunchild from last night, Chicago, Krissy Bergmark, and Berlin via Angola, Aline Frazão, who you will hear tonight, and also Indonesia, Sattvitri, who performed last night, and Rani Jambak, who you will hear later. So it's so special to have all these amazing, amazing artists here together in the same room and to share their music with all of us.
As Jen and I started developing M3 in March of 2020 at the start of the pandemic lockdown, our activities had to be online, and we're focused mainly on the creative process and the emotional development of the cohort. And as our early cohorts can attest, M3 was a lifeline that carried them through the pandemic. But what about that thing that all musicians love to do, which is to be on a stage, to have an amazing audience, such as you, and to perform the music they composed, envisioned, and imagined live in such a gorgeous theater as this one at Roulette. So for us, this stage is where the magic will happen, where music will transcend words, connecting us all and transporting us to different spheres. And in all of this, we can't forget the mission of M3. Mutual Mentorship for Musicians was created in 2020 to empower, elevate, normalize, and give visibility to musicians of historically underrepresented gender identities in intersection with race, sexuality, or ability across generations in the US and worldwide through a radical model of mentorship and musical collaborative commissions. Jen and I, we have known each other for almost 20 years. And we met, I actually reached out to Jen when I moved to New York. And Jen was so kind, like one of the kindest musicians. Yes, nobody would answer the emails. And Jen was like, yeah, let's have a coffee. And we went to Housing Works. Do you remember?
Oh, but I do remember, I went to your place too, but maybe that was after Housing Works.
Yeah. But I remember vividly Housing Works. And, you know, despite the most recent progress that has been made in gender equity in music, we still see many barriers for women and non-binary musicians to perform at major music venues and festivals.
Yeah. So how often have we missed seeing women and non-binary musicians as band leaders in the city's most important venues?
And how often do we still miss seeing women and non-binary musicians as band leaders performing at major festivals around the country and the world?
And how often have we heard from club owners and festival curators that they love our music, but we just aren't famous enough? Or, here's one that I have actually gotten, our audience isn't ready for you yet. So, yeah, you've heard that one before.
And how often do we constantly see the same names performing at the same festivals?
So we got tired of this, and the more we got tired of this, we realized that actually we could and should create our own festival. We realized we were able to address our needs when we decided to create M3. And with that, we realized that we've been curating amazing musicians from all over the world, and that the next natural step would have to be all the brilliant, talented musicians whom we host for 10 months, have them showcase their music in New York so that we can gather in person and experience all of this music together. So, without further ado, welcome to our second night of the M3 Festival 2024. Woo! Yes. And we want to give a warmest welcome to the amazing Gwen Laster and Dafna Naphtali. Enjoy.
Hello, and welcome to night 2. Gwen and I were lucky enough to be partners, and we created a song for M3. We're going to present it. It originally was a duo to tape, and now we're going to present it with an ensemble. We're going to open with a duo of a song I just wrote recently called Match the Sky. It's named after something my daughter said to me when she was little. The blue and sky shine through her eyes. The sun is her constant friend. The blue surrounds inside and out. Her days all colors and pretend. My girl, she lay in fields of green, covered by all the leaves. The world, it seems, much safer than swaying with willows and the breeze. And yet, time changes all. What we feel, what we believe, what we love, what we forget, what we forget we should see. dressed to match the sky, and all the birds, and all the birds, and all the trees, and all the trees, and all the world. Thank you.
Hello, hello. So good to see everybody. Next is a piece called that I composed called "Is My Black Still Beautiful?" And it's a 4-part sketch interpretation of from my memoir that's published in Anthology 5 of the Mutual Mentorship for Musician Anthology, and there are some anthologies available, guys in the lobby. It speaks to the weight of our intergenerational ancestral baggage. It's about releasing our inner voices and telling us that we don't deserve better and even best, and that ain't we got good enough, and sometimes it's not good enough, and that yes, my black, your black, our black is still beautiful. what you got good enough, good enough, good enough. Ain't what you got good enough, good enough, good enough. still beautiful. Yes, my black still proud. Yes, my black still beautiful. Yes, my black still proud. Yes, my black still beautiful. Yes, my black still proud. Ooh. Still beautiful. Yes, my black still proud. Yes, my black still beautiful. Yes, my black still proud. Yes, my black still beautiful. Yes, my black still proud. Ooh.
Our third piece is called Wake Me When It's Green. Do you want to say anything about this story?
Oh, this is Wake Me When It's Green is paying homage to our recently departed fathers. Both Dafna and I lost our fathers around the same time, so this is kind of a celebration of their life and a celebration of a sky full of ancestors. Wake Me When It's Green.
Very sensitive to the temperature.
I will wait, I will
used to think you were a cool kind of dude, the kind that didn't like to play by the rules. Fancy dining, drinks, and fine wine, and taking me on weekends to see teachers from my school. Threading, weaving, and screaming music from the trailblazing few. Didn't know you were the Miles, the Billy, the Parker and Stravinsky, and one big pot of bitches brew. Boasting, toasting, and hosting, marathoning for the next race, learning the law to make the case. Bittersweet start made a big heart. But what was your scene? What did all this mean? Wake me when it's green. wait. I will wait.
Alex Waterman on cello.
Thank you.
Ross Moshe. Andrew Jury. Dafna Naphtali. My name is Gwen Laster. Thank you, Jen Shyu. Thank you, Sara.
Thank you.
One. Are we ready? Yes. Well, can you give one more round of applause for Gwen Laster and Dafna Naphtali? So while we wait, I'd like to tell you about the M3 anthology of writings. We have this compilation of writings by all the musicians that participated in our program. These beautiful books, and they have, I want to show beautiful color photos, really beautiful, and very interesting to read about what interests musicians and a little bit about their lives in music and outside of music. We have a sale for this festival, so if you get 2 books, a special price is $40 for 2 books, and then 1 book is $25. And all the proceeds go to Mutual Mentorship for Musicians. Can I have Dafna and Gwen here? Yes. Come on. Gwen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Dafna, thank you. Yes. This is a relaxed conversation. I know, like, after the show, it's always a little bit too emotional, but first of all, you're one of the few members of the cohort that actually lived in the same place, right? Have you collaborated before, like before M3?
No, we have a lot of people in common, and we have played with all of the people who were on stage with us, each of us separately, right?
But not together,
Not
so.
together, so it was an ensemble of friends and people we already had in common.
Right. So Alex and I played together most recently, but you and Alex hadn't played together in a long time. And Ross and I had never played together, but I'd seen him play.
Right. I've been playing with Ross for 20 years.
Wow.
And Andrew and I are playing together now, so it was like a big reunion, but first time reunion, right?
Yeah, first time reunion. And actually, because even though we were in New York, we've only met 1 or 2 times in person. Okay. Because we have busy schedules, we still took advantage of the fact that we could do some things online. But Gwen came to my house and was able to do some nice electronics with her voice. Tonight I didn't do any electronics, they were invisible.
So I remember your piece was about this shared grief or this shared experience. But I'm so curious about the title, Wake Me Up When It's Green. Could you talk a little bit about that?
That was a story from a friend of mine who had lost his mother, and he's also a musician, and he talked a lot about his mom being so committed to taking he and his sister to music lessons, and she would just be so exhausted that when she would get to a light, she would put the car in park and say, "Wake me when it's green." So, these stories you have when you lose people just kind of stick with you. And so I knew about that, and then Dafna and I were talking about our fathers, so we said, let's just call it Wake Me When It's Green, you know? Yeah.
That story. I want to ask you, how was the M3 experience for both of you? Have you heard of M3 before being part of the cohort? And also, like, how was it to be part of all these meetings and throughout the process, like 10 months together, and then now meeting everyone in person?
It does feel like a much longer commitment and a good one. We met for 10 months together, but I met some people today, like Aline, who's going to play. We never met before, but we know stuff about each other because we've spent time talking about what is difficult, what's good, and we learned a lot from each other. We also did a lot of collaborations. Gwen and I did something. I presented a workshop with Kavita, and Cece and I did an interview, and I know you had 2 other people you were working with. So we did get to know a lot of the people in the cohort from a distance. And I love that everybody is from way different places and also different generations. I will share one story. As we were talking, some of us were talking about being parents and some difficulties, and then one of the women said, "Oh, my mother just brought me lunch," who's down in Argentina. Remember that? Was like she's 23.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah. I think the most important impact for me in the M3 cohort and experience was just being exposed to so many musicians that had a vast, diverse kind of talent. I just dug the fact that everybody did something else besides what they did. And they were very involved with visuals as an important part of the music. They were very involved with sound, as working with Dafna, involved with sound. And so it just kind of expanded my awareness. And then the very last part of our experience was to write for the anthology, and that was a creative writing exercise. And I thought that because I was a daily person who journaled and just did this free writing, that I would be able to express what I wanted to do in this personal writing experience. And it was a lot of hard work, and it was really good hard work because it helps you to be more clear. And it somehow translated into my music, this whole idea of writing words and the idea of learning to be very specific about your music, but learning to also be very open at the same time. So it just expanded my artist process and my sensibilities, and so I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Just one more question about your writing for the anthology of writings. You played, I know, something tonight that was inspired by that piece. Is My Black Steel Beautiful, right? And Dafna wrote about the trees. Yes, on your neighborhood. So for all of you, you have your program. On the second page of your program, there's a QR code, and if you scan that code, you can actually read their writings tonight. But could you talk a little bit about, you talked a little bit about the experience of writing. How was it to read? You were part of this public reading that we had with the United States artists. How was it to read your piece to an audience?
Yeah, it was a very different experience, and it was very challenging because it made me feel very naked, for lack of a better word, because you're talking about personal things, and it's a little different when you write about personal things as a musician, even if you're singing, even if you have lyrics, but to actually speak without any music is another level of transparency for me. And to learn to communicate clearly about what you're feeling is great, and that's why it's so good that we had editors to work with us, and we had writing and Naomi Extra. We had actual writers who sat down and wrote with us, and it's funny how I started off with this one idea. Oh yeah, I'm going to write poetry, and then once I had this learning session and this writing session, they were like, "You should write about something that's very important to you right now." So it's great, and it has continued to inspire me to write more and more and more and more.
I wrote about the trees in Brooklyn because it's just been a theme for me to be noticing. We lost a lot of trees in Brooklyn and to Asian longhorn beetles, so it was a little bit of a climate change issue. But I found that most of the work I've been making in the last year was about trees and birds, and that song was too, the first one.
Well, thank you so much for this musical offering and for being here tonight. One more applause for Gwen Laster and Dafna Naphtali. And I would like to welcome to the stage the amazing Aline Frazão.
Boca pensa minha cresceu, nem boca tá imaginar Malões de bom tem sofrido. Pergunta no ar nasceu, lua minha companheira de solidão. Vagabundo de espaço que conchetutinha vira minha desventura, ele que tá contando minha cresceu, tudo contém sofrido na ausência e na distância. Mundo, bota enrolado comigo num jogo de cabra cega, sempre tá perseguindo. Pá, cada volta que o mundo dá, ele tá trazendo um dor pra me chegar mais pra Deus. Mundo, bota enrolado comigo num jogo de cabra cega, sempre tá perseguindo. Pá, cada volta que o mundo dá, ele tá trazendo um dor pra chegar mais pra Deus. do trabalho se o cacimbo vem amenizar o pé na lama que nós pisamos, soma mais um ano e o muro cresce, rouba mais um sonho, o povo deixa essa rua que o sol do trabalho cacimbo que chegas como um giro do mar do céu, um suspiro, um peito que aguenta um grito, anos e anos a fio, e esse povo paciente fazendo o seu passo ardente na rua silenciosa, tragando a velha prosa vencida após utopia. Cacimbo ameniza o dia, esbate, consola com arte, esfria a cabeça que arde e vem. Cacimbo que chegas como um giro do mar do céu, um suspiro do peito que aguenta um grito, anos e anos a fio, e esse povo paciente fazendo o seu passo ardente na rua silenciosa, tragando a velha prosa vencida após utopia. Cacimbo ameniza dias, bate, consola com arte, esfria a cabeça que arde e vem. Vem amenizar. Soma mais um ano e o muro cresce, rouba mais um sonho, o povo deixa essa rua que o sol do trabalho arde. Soma mais um ano e o muro cresce, rouba mais um sonho, o povo deixa essa rua que o sol do trabalho arde. Que o sol do trabalho arde. Que o sol do trabalho. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Aline Frazão. I'm very happy to be here. I am from Angola, one of the 5 countries in the African continent that was colonized by Portugal. Therefore, the language, therefore Portuguese. That's the language that I'll be singing for you tonight, mostly. The first song that I opened the set, it's a morna from Cabo Verde, from Cape Verde, by Beleza, a fantastic composer from Cape Verde Islands, the land of my grandfather, one of my grandfathers. And the second song is called Cacimbo, a song that I wrote. Next song is called Ariel de Cabuledo. I hope you have a good time. Thank you for being here. Sei da solidão as cores todas, o cacimbo embaciado é o meu melhor aliado, um corpo do hemisfério sul profundamente azul. multidão não somos todos. O verão insatisfeito se condensa no meu peito. Vou pela estrada nacional em direção ao sul. Tanto espaço, tanta imensidão, e é sempre no areal de Cabo Ledo, Atlântica, Vitória do Sossego, que o medo mostra ser o luxo que é. Sei que a ilusão é companheira, mas no intervalo da novela vem a vida e te atropela. E é quando tudo fica mais real, na quarta-feira após o carnaval, que eu vejo em cada olhar de vidro uma nação. É sempre no areal de Cabo Ledo. Obrigada. Quis andar no meio do mundo sem ter casa pra morar, um corpo sobre o mapa, um amor em cada aeroporto, Barcelona pra tentar, Lisboa para não voltar, Barcelona pra tentar, Lisboa para não voltar. Uma noite em Zanzibar pra comemorar, vou nas ruelas de pedra, o aroma do índico pelo ar. Me chama Addis Abeba e a dança de nardos no fim de Canhê. Beijo a Maputo num poema louco de White a me libertar. Cruzo a fronteira, me deito na esteira, nos braços de outro que amei. Trago a pulseira do rei Durban na mais bela manhã. Acordei no andar. Quis ficar no meio do rio, ver meu barco ancorar bem nos arcos da Lapa. São Salvador trocou minhas voltas, lá aprendi a rezar. E o jeito que a terra tem meu coração eu deixei lá. E até a pulseira do rei dei por mim. força da leva nos olhos dela. Lembra a ternura até calando lá a estrada de areia. Sonhei com a que anda, terra vermelha e a Bahia. Acordei em Luanda. Thank you. Thank you. Well, 2.5 years ago, I started working with an Italian theater company and this amazing production. And the director, Pippo Del Bono, it's his name, he works with the Pina Bausch method. So he asks everybody in the company to bring suggestions around ideas, prompts, let's say. And the show, believe it or not, was about love. And at a certain point, people asked me to bring a traditional love song from my country. Well, of course, I didn't realize by then how hard it was going to be to find a love song, traditional love song from my country, and also understand what he meant about that. But I started searching, and of course, there's a lot of different types of traditional music in a country with the history of Angola, for start. But I started digging into what we call Angolan popular music, which is something that was born in the capital, in Luanda, and it actually grew or flourished with the independence struggle. It was a way of affirming Angolan identity towards the Portuguese one. So one of the important things with this new style of music was the language. So I knew I had to sing in Quimbundo, a different language from Portuguese. So I started digging, and it was really hard to find a love song. And I was amazed by that. There was a lot of, songs talking about family matters, magic, or death, loss, war, grief. But it was hard to find a love song. So I started calling all of my musician friends and saying, please, I need your help. I need to do this homework and bring a love song from Angola, traditional love song from Angola. And it was really hard, but we found one. And afterwards, I discovered some more, but not so many more. So it was very interesting to start thinking about this concept of love, or at least the comparison between a love song or the concept of love for an Italian man, white man, and the concept of a love song for us, in a country that has been more than 24 years in a civil war, and another 14 years fighting the Portuguese army for our independence in 1975. So we are talking about a very urban music, actually, with influences from all around the continent, and also from music from the Caribbean, from Cuba, for example, very influent in Africa by the 70s. So, all of this, to contextualize you for this next song, is called Bellina. It's a very sad song because this man he was searching for Bellina, her loved one, her lover, his lover. And she's lost in the middle of a wretched country in war. So it's a very sad song, sad love songs, which for me are actually the best ones. It goes like this. And it's a song by Artur Nunes. Bellina, tua que fique dieto é, mukalamane ongumaje, jako kalakia kumushima. kidietwe mukala mene ongumaje jako kala kia kumushima tweje kia mene ngumai kala boshi emingi kala kumushima hewe manelele Dandonguma Kamba kisweya mutondo mukala Tweje kia mwane Nguma ikala boshi Emengi kala kumushima Hewe manelele Nandonguma Kamba kisweya Mamenu yodilo belina tatenu yodilo belina até que é bom me ver belina até que é bom me ver zengana Mamenu yodilo belina tatenu yodilo belina que é bom mover Obrigada. Thank you so much. I'll play the last song. Thank you so much for listening. It's always, I always feel very honored when people listen. I know that people don't understand the lyrics and they pay so much attention, so thank you for that. Thank you, Jen and Sara, for making all of this happen and taking some time off of your own careers, beautiful careers, to do that so generously with so much commitment. Really appreciate this opportunity, really. Thank you. Yeah, this has been a very special evening for me because I have been taking some time off or out, how do you say that? Off? Of music, of touring, to dedicate myself to another project. So I haven't seen for a long time. A long, long time. So, and actually I didn't prepare so much because I was a bit nervous and afraid. And I don't know why, I just wanted to discover here how it would be. So it was a nice re-encounter with my instrument. And thank you for taking part of that. It's interesting. Thank you. Thank you so much. Actually, some years ago, I spent 2 years out of Angola. And when I was coming back in the airplane, I wrote this little poem about coming back to Angola. And a friend of mine lent me a kalimba that was tuned in G, which in Portuguese means, we say sol, which is the same word for sun. I am an autodidact, so I don't know anything about music. So I wanted to write a song in G or in sol. For you, it would be in sun, in sunset. So I wrote the sunset poem. I hope this makes sense for a translation.
Riscando um laranja lilás, minha asa, estou bem onde tu estás. Minha casa é, volto para me encontrar. Por dentro volto, sem saber o meu lugar, meu
Aline Frazão. Yay! Parabéns. Well, how was that? First time singing in New York.
That's correct.
How was it? How is it? How is it to be here after all the months that we were Zooming and meeting everyone in person for the first time?
It's amazing. It gets three-dimensional, and not only, in terms of geometry, in terms of feelings, hugging people that we've been sharing so much, so intense that M3 can be, And yeah, it feels familiar and new at the same time. I love it. I'm very happy. I'm very happy to meet everybody. Get inside. Yeah.
So your partner was Naomi Nakanishi here, yes. And, I feel like sometimes it makes feel like the way we talk about M3 feels like it's kind of like it's a dream, like everything flows, you know, everybody's happy. But I don't think like that's always, you know, like I think there's always tensions and there's always misunderstandings, and there's, of course, like has all human relationships. But I found it like so incredible that when you and Naomi Nakanishi collaborated, like you really embraced that part where like if there was, at some point there was a misunderstanding, and you embraced it to be part of your piece. And I thought that was so incredible. You know, like first there was the tension, the confrontation, but then like it was kind of like, this is part of what we're creating. And I wonder, like, how was that, like, to incorporate that in the piece? Like, when did that happen?
First of all, I loved working with Naomi.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
And I learned a lot with Naomi. But it's true that it was, we come from very different backgrounds, and we have 10 years of difference in age. Naomi is college educated in music. I am an autodidact from Luanda. She's American. I am Angolan. I was in Berlin. They were in New York or in other places because Naomi was moving during that process. And it was hard at a certain point, communicating through Zoom, trying to put together a piece. It was hard. And we decided to incorporate that into the piece and create a space to, you know, each of us would record freely during 3 minutes what we wanted to say to each other in any way possible, like speaking or, you know, making sounds, whatever, and then we put it together. And it created a very, very interesting effect. And actually, after that, everything flew very, very nicely, and we are both very proud of the result. And I don't think there is any problem with having difficulties communication or, you know, any kind of desencontro, how do you say that, like being in different places, but having this job to do, which is a 10 minutes piece. And I feel that for it to be real, it had to incorporate that story because that was our story. So, and we're also very proud of the video, and we invite you all to watch it.
Yeah, their commission piece is on our website, mutualmentorshipformusicians.org. I just want to say, like, those kind of communication problems happen with all duos. It's not just, you know, like, so I just thought it's normal, yes. So I just thought it was so great and creative to kind of really accept that challenge and make it, normalize it. Lastly, you talked about a project that you're embracing now, and this kind of connects a little bit with our anthology of writings. Aline is an amazing writer, and she wrote a piece, and actually as I was interviewing Kavita yesterday, she wrote about her voice and her instrument. And I remember when you brought the piece to the workshop with Naomi Extra, everybody was kind of like trying to figure out what was the instrument that you were talking about. And it's such a kind of like it's a mysterious piece. Like we're always thinking that we know what the instrument is. And then like it was so simple. Do you want to talk a little bit about the new project that it's coming, and also about this piece that you wrote for the anthology?
Sure, I'm writing a novel. So I'm taking 1 year off to start or to continue that project. But during the time of the cohort, our cohort, I was actually going through a very rough period, and I was very tired. I was touring a lot. I think they call it burnout, which has now lost its sense, its meaning. But anyway, that was what my psychologist told me. So I started thinking about the voice influenced by, especially by that specific meeting. I think it was Kavita and Dafna, no? That mediated a conversation about the voice, this very precious instrument. And it really touched me because I was starting to feel detached from my own instrument, from my own voice, in a way that was very, very painful, because it connects, you're a singer, you know, it connects so much with what you are in the world, with your identity, and we are so attached and obsessed with identity nowadays. So I started to feel really, really some grief going on. And I wrote that it's kind of a short story. It was really like very fast writing. I think it was in the back of my head. And yeah, it talks about that, about the body of the singer, no? Could be a piano, could be a double bass, or any instrument, but it lives with us. It goes to bed with you. It goes into the airplane, into the air conditioner, into the winter, into summer, into the ocean. It's always attached to your body and to what you feel. So it's a very sensitive one. So I wanted to reflect on that. And also, it was great that I could take some time off also from music to start to reconnect, I hope, soon with my instrument. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You can read Aline Frazão's piece. You scan the QR code in the back of your program. We also have the anthologies for sale outside. And also CDs. So don't forget to take all these beautiful things home. And now, without further ado, we have Naomi Nakanishi presenting their band. Thank you.
Rochester, New York. Still have that card with me today. So that last song is dedicated to my sibling because they wrote on the front of the card, "Farewell, good lady." So that's what you just heard, and we're going to move into a newer song I just wrote. It's called Wind Chimes. So this configuration kind of started as out of a desire to try to make my left hand a little bit stronger. I don't know if there's any pianists in the audience, but my left hand is very weak. So that's why we have here no bass, but piano and horns and drums. So all of this music that you're hearing tonight was written with that in mind, to just have bassless quartet music. So this next piece is called Wind Chimes. trumpet. Jonathan Rising on the tenor sax. And Leslie Moss. Thank you to you three, to Jen, Sara, to people working the sound, making this space sound beautiful, and just the community that's come out tonight is really heartwarming and
Agnew, Jonathan Ryson, Leslie Mock. Oh my goodness. So amazing. While we wait for Naomi to come down and talk with us, reminder, there's food. It's very good food. So please enjoy. We're going to keep interviewing while you eat. But yes, all the proceeds go to the artists, our future artists. So don't be shy. We need to get rid of the food. So please, please, please. And also reminder that we have merch. So Gwen Laster has an album out there, who was the amazing first set with Dafna Naphtali. We also have records of Kavita Shah, Jessica Jones from yesterday. So please, please, please grab one on your way out. And Naomi is soon coming on. What else? Also actually, we're going to open up this interview with a question from the audience. So be thinking as we speak, Naomi Nakanishi! Oh my God, that was so amazing. And I'm just blown away because I haven't heard your music for, like live. Actually, this is my first time.
This is
Yes.
very different music too than what I normally write.
Right. Oh.
Pray tell.
Yeah.
So how is it different in what way?
So I was just telling Jen that this music is very, very different from what I usually write. I do have like Bandcamp QR codes outside, so you can listen to my EP. And what you hear on the EP is usually kind of the style that I write. This was very particular because I really just wanted the space that comes with not having bass. No hate to bass players. My partner is a bassist. But yeah, there's just it's really hard to play without bass for myself as a pianist too. I don't know with other instruments, but yeah, very different.
It's so, I've never heard anything like it. So I'm inspired, and I'm sure you are too, to get home and composing. So I wanted to also ask, we just heard Aline, your duo partner, the set before you, and could you share a little bit about your experience working? Now we've heard from Aline, but we'd love to hear from you about your collaboration.
I don't have enough good things to say, or I do have enough good things to say, Aline. I'm just trying to say. Working with Aline is probably one of the most inspiring and also very nourishing experiences of my life in my 20s. I think the most important part about that interaction and the fellowship with Aline is that we were able to work through conflict so gracefully, and I'm not used to that. Now I feel like I have a better handle with that, but usually if it's if you're playing with a musician, maybe there's some tension and you don't know how to work it out, you can do the silent treatment. Not doing that anymore. But Aline was very forward and very upfront and honest about, what things were working for her and what weren't working for her, working. And also with Aline's background too, I felt like I was very humbled, and I will admit this too, as somebody who has gone through college or just institutionalized education, you really start to feel how close-minded it can be, because you're taught a certain way that this is how music is supposed to sound, this is the theory behind it. So even working with Aline, I would always be oh, is this the chord that you're thinking of here? And then she'll say something I don't know, this is just what I'm hearing. And I said, that's how music should be. It should be what you're hearing and what you want to emote. And sometimes I think we get lost in the mumbo jumbo of theory and technicalities of music. So lots of good things to say about Aline, and her set was amazing too.
Round of applause. As was yours. Yes, applause for both sets. And you definitely have to check out, as Aline said, the piece that they created out of this, the relationship that they had and that we all have, with our loved ones and our friends. But yes, and also I want to talk about your writing. Because, as Sara had mentioned, the second page, there's a QR code here. You can read the incredible writing that Naomi wrote for our anthology, which we will publish in a book form soon, soon in this form. But you can read it online for free. And can you tell us about that process and also how that has affected your practice going forward?
You'll probably hear this so many times, but writing is so vulnerable, as in composition is vulnerable. Like anything that has to do with something as personal as your art, it's always going to be vulnerable. And I think that it took me a second to really set that in, because I knew what I wanted to write about. I just wanted to write about growing up being Asian American and how that experience is wildly different from being Asian and an immigrant as well, just having those two experiences together, being American but not looking American. So I wanted to write about that, and I think when I submitted the first draft, I was like, okay, this is pretty heavy. Maybe I should take out some of these curse words. And my advisor, I think Kyla was the one who was going. Kyla Marshall is an amazing writer, and she was the one that was like, oh, why the fuck not? have it in there. And I just, I think that really also taught me how to be a little bit more vulnerable in my music making and practice, because I'm, growing up in, institution and educational mindset. I was like, oh, music has to be perfect before I perform it. I don't want people to know that there are mistakes. It has to be polished. And writing and putting out my story and going through that motion just kind of, and also with my practice with Aline too, just not everything is going to be perfect, but if it's intentional, it's good. So, yeah.
Yes to that. Is there a question from the audience? Oh, yes.
I really enjoyed that a lot. That was wonderful, wonderful music. I was wondering, when you're dealing with such kind of large pieces that have a lot of sections, variations in style and mood and everything like that, is that something that you foresee when you're starting to write the piece, or is it something that more unfolds as you're writing it?
It's a little bit of both. For that last piece in particular, I definitely saw it as these very chunked out sections. I don't know if that's a word. But I think good practice too when you are improvising is really to kind of watch it unfold. You can have structure and barriers, when you are composing or when you're improvising. But I think for pieces like this, the last one, Stutter, I really wanted it to sound kind of a little disjunct. But the elements in there are very intentional too, having the synth bass come in and out and going between a wide variety of octaves on the piano. So I would say it's both, to answer your question. Yeah.
Great question. Any other questions? Yes, you're nodding? No? My goodness. Yeah, I'm just amazed and I'm so inspired. And yes, I can't wait to follow your work more. And actually, I'm encouraging everyone to follow Naomi's work. And the QR code, Bandcamp, before you leave. So thank you so much. Go, rest. Yes, so a reminder that our beautiful books are on sale special tonight. They're usually $30 online, but we're doing $25 tonight, and 2 for $40. So They're so amazing, and you know, it is Serpa's idea. It was Sara's idea to really commission our artists to write. So it is not just the musical composition that they're co-creating, but it's also the writing. And we spend, so 7 months is dedicated to the creating of the commission, the video and music. 3 months is for writing. So it's intensive. The writer we have been working with is Naomi Extra, who comes in, does 2 workshops, writing workshops. Naomi's an amazing professor and poet and writer, and yeah, really we wanted to empower the artists to write their work in their own words, how important that is, and not leave it to critics who don't understand you to misinterpret your work. So yeah, so please pick one up. This cover is by Jessica Ackerley, who was part of our 4th cohort. I'm starting to lose track. But Jessica's also an amazing visual artist, and so there's photos of all the artists, and it's so amazing. We're so proud. Yes, and so I'm very excited to bring on our next artist, Rani! Rani Jambak, who was actually part of our 3rd cohort, but because of the visa craziness, we could finally bring her here. So Rani, the show is yours. Thank you. Rani Jambak.
English is so bad. Good everyone. Good evening, everyone. I'm so nervous now. Sorry. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you so much for coming. And yeah, that was my first song. It was like it's from a field recording of the traditional wood for making a flower. And now I'm gonna bring you to my hometown in Minangkabau, which I record so many things that happen in Minangkabau, and hope you enjoy this.
Tata
still want to bring you to the coastal area of Minangkabau. As you listen, their wave and the wind sound. And this composition is very special for me and very sad as well because I was so fortunate to record the last generation of Rabab Pariaman player. And yeah, he's so old now, and unfortunately there are no younger people interested to play that traditional instrument. And yeah, so I record him, and then I try to compile everything about the culture around his place in Pariaman. And this is Orang Piaman. you. So, next. The title is Kembang Mengembang. It's like flower, it's blooming flower. It's actually about my self journey, and I think it's really related to my journey in M3 as well. Like, I've been struggling for years to make my parents feel okay when I choose music for my life. And then when I keep doing and I believe in myself and I believe in music, and then it started to progress and blooming, like I'm finding myself, like I learned so much about my own self through my musical journey. And like finally I met my husband, and then I have a daughter, and it feels like everything is blooming, and I'm so proud that I played the song like for the first time on stage, because I just about want to release it, but before release it, I'm so proud to play it tonight for M3 Festival.
Kembang
my last song. It's called Joget Sumatra, Joget like dancing. So yeah, hopefully you can enjoy me. You can join me dancing, whatever you like to move. And yeah, come on. incrível.
Rani Jambak. Woo! Adu. Oh my gosh. Terima kasih, Rani. Oh my God. One more round of applause. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Yes. No, you're so amazing, and I came all the way from Indonesia, like Sattvitri also yesterday. That's 24 hours. More than 24 hours.
Yes.
Wow. So I would love to, because I know actually you applied to M3. We didn't know who Rani was, and through our open call, we were just blown away by your work. So I want to know, I'm curious about when you started to involve your care for the environment in your work. Was that from the beginning, or how did that come?
So everything was started when I studied in Australia, and I found out that there's a story from Guchimara people that they were practicing like the sustainability living, which they don't really taking everything from the forest. So like for their daily life, they just take what they need in one day. And that was the starting point for me to think about how can we as a modern human living in a very fast information didn't know anything or didn't never realizing that if we are greedy, if our nature destroyed because of our greediness, and yeah, that's the starting point. Like, I started to questioning myself, what did I do so far? Like, I throw the plastic every day, and I never realized that the plastic will end up in my body through the microplastics. So started to realize and then started to think, what can I do? At least for myself, for my family, and hopefully through my music I can make more people think about themselves as well, how they react and how they act to nature.
Absolutely. And what is the name of you have an amazing project and you have a name for it. Can you tell the audience the name?
It's called For My Nature. Yes.
So, wow, I would love to open it up actually to the audience, and we have a question. Yes.
Hi, I just was curious. Oh, sorry. What was the name of the instrument you said you used in the?
Is that your only question? Okay.
This microphone? Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, it's Rebab Piaman. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's Rebab Piaman. Just okay. All right.
Yeah. And Melissa, in our new cohort 7. Yay! Yes. Oh.
Sorry. I don't want to go there. First of all, that was amazing. That blew my mind. I'm so inspired by that. Wow. I just wanted to know what did you use to record all the sounds, and if everything is like recorded by you, or did you sample?
Yeah, so far I record everything by myself. Like when I visit a place, I usually started with recording a traditional market, because for me, traditional market is very original of the tradition or the culture or the people in that place. And then after that, I started to, like for example, if the place is like in coastal area, and then I started to record, like for example, the boat or the beach, or the people fishing together, and then the other, like, I have to learn about the specific traditional instrument as well, and what is the story of like some of the instrument, and how the culture developed, and how the people developing their own culture to make a new music, for example, or new culture. So yeah, I'm so inspired by recording many sounds and soundscape, because I can learn many things that maybe it's just like usual, we listen that sound, but we never know what's the story behind of it. And yeah, that's why I really love recording, field recording and everything. And after I recorded, and then I collecting all the story, and that's the thing that I can create the whole theme of my composition. Yes.
Amazing.
Oh, it's just like the Zoom, yeah, H5, yeah, Zoom 5.
Yes. Amazing. And were there artists in Indonesia? Were there artists in Indonesia who were kind of doing, like, that you looked up to, or were there, like, who was some of your inspirations for doing what you do?
I think it's so, it's not very specific from what I do, because I get many inspiration from every composers. And so far, for me, it's not only about how to create a composition, but also how managing the time, because I'm a mom, I'm a wife, and yeah, some of my friends that also have kids, I love to talk with them to get some advice from them, how to manage time, how to manage emotion, how to, about everything. So it's not only about the composition, it's not only how to perform some here, somewhere, something like that, but the thing is, if we want to create a valuable artwork, we have to start from ourselves. So everything should be peace, and sometimes it's not always peace, because we experience like trying to express our sadness, for example. So yeah, it's not only about peace, but at least how we can process our feeling should be balanced about our life as well. So it's not only for creating music,
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. We could talk to you forever. Rani Jambak. Rani Jambak. Yes.
I want to cry.
Yes. And Rani has an essay in this book from the third cohort. So you must get a copy on your way out. And talking about your journey, as you mentioned, kind of with your parents and being the artist that you are. So here's Rani. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih. Yay. Rani Jambak. Yes. And really quickly, before the amazing Linda Mehan O and Fabian Almazan, Sara and I wanted to close. There is a survey on the back, by the way, which can actually give you a chance to win this latest book. So if you see the QR code, there is an arrow pointing to it. So just fill it out, and we're going to randomly draw your name. But yes, so Sara.
Well, we have to do these. We have to thank so many people who made this festival possible. Without their support, we wouldn't be here. So big thank you to the Mellon Foundation, Media the Foundation, Jerome Foundation, and Center for Remember and Sharing, New Music USA, the Aaron Copland Fund for Music, and our sponsors, Brooklyn Music School, where many of the artists, out-of-town artists, rehearsed, the Consulate General of the Republic of Indonesia in New York, where Rani and Sattvitri actually stayed. Dharmaswara, who actually lended the gamelan yesterday to Sattvitri. Women in Music, who gave us this great panel today about how to build a press kit. Farplay, which is a great app that Dan Tepfer developed that some of our musicians have used to collaborate remotely. And last but not least, Camille Rose, which is a Black-owned hair and body brand which focuses on healthy products. You'll see like them spread around like in the lobby and also on in the backstage for the artists. Take them. They're a gift. Free samples for hair.
Great. And special thanks to the amazing Roulette. Yay, Roulette. Woo! One of my favorite homes, and their staff and tech team for hosting us once again. And to our board members, Sumi Tonoka, Nancy and Joe Walker, Emily Bookwalter, and thanks also to Emil Kang, Isabel Quinsanos Alonso, Moy Eng, Vanessa Reed, Christopher Pelham, and Yasuko Kasaki, Arlene and Larry Dunn, Tracy Hyder-Suffern, and Ryan Maloney at National Jazz Museum, Maureen Knighton and Lillian Osei Boateng, and Doris Duke Charitable Foundation, Kenneth Rainin Foundation, and United States Artists for their past funding support.
And also to our dear team. Over there selling that amazing food, we have Aki Hitogorai. Thank you, Aki. Outside, we have Amy Zhang, who has been incredible. Admin associate, yes. I don't know what we would do without her. Mariana Meraz, who has been filming, and actually, like, if you don't mind giving your testimony like on a video, like just giving us 3 words to how to describe the M3 Festival, that would be amazing. And that's it. Yes. Thank you so much for being here tonight and yesterday. Yeah.
And if you want to keep this going and see more of these amazing artists, please donate. There's also a QR code on the back of your program. We can't do it without your support. So yeah, let's keep it going. Yeah. And Linda Mehan and Fabian Almazan. Woo!
Thank you all so much. What an amazing night of music. I feel so privileged to be a part of this wonderful festival. We just opened with a tune of Fabian's called The Everglades, about the Everglades in Miami. Fabian Almazan, everyone. It really is such a pleasure to be here. I've seen Jen and Sara work their behinds off, and it is just incredible what they have built, and along with the whole team and all these amazing artists. I've listened to so much beautiful music tonight and a lot of new musicians and artists that I've never heard before, so it's really quite amazing. So yeah, M3, woo! We're going to continue on with a brand new song of mine. This is called Rise Mountains. next song is one of Fabian's. It's from a project called We Call This Home. It's about sacrifice zones, particularly about an incinerator that was built in Miami-Dade County and burned down, yeah. And this work is really quite incredible, that there's some beautiful interviews that Fabian has composed music to, and projections, and this particular movement is called Mea Culpa, meaning my fault, and it's an apology to future generations because of climate change. Thank you so much. The next song is a brand new song. I've recorded this with an incredible vocalist, Michael Mayo, and it's going to be out soon. I wrote it mainly because of gun violence in America, and it's basically about my wish that all kids everywhere could just have the chance to just be kids. As a mother, as a musician, as a human being, I wish that were the case.
Yeah. Tell me, is it true they say what we reap we sow? Tell me what they own. Words can't always help but say all we need to say. So let the music play. If I could ask one question, I'd ask how this story ends. If it will, then when? These simple explanations waiting to roll the dice. Will there be time to Can you sing with me? I'm going to invite the wonderful Sara Serpa up on stage. We're going to do a very quick 2-for-1 in one 3-minute space. But thank you all for being such a wonderful audience. It's been really incredible tonight, and thank you for sticking it through till the end. Yeah. We'll do a bit of respite and ensure the credit. Serpa. Fabian Almazan, thank you all so much.
Linda Mehan O and Fabian Almazan.
Linda Mehan O. Again.
And now can we have all the artists on stage for a collective poem? Yes? Everybody, all the performers from tonight. Yes, everybody. Huh? All the M3 artists. All M3 artists. Everybody. And the audience too.
Maybe we should put the logo back up instead of the swamp.
Close your eyes. 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And one more with the 4.